부장님이 관리자 놈이랑 무슨 작당을 한 건지 모르겠지만 퇴근 시간이 점점 앞당겨지고 있다. 지루한 작업 시간이 줄어드는 건 좋다만 얘 감시도 같이 줄어드는 건 마음에 들지 않는군. 어때? 이제 좀 정신이 맑아졌나?
So, I keep thinking about it a lot. Um, it's been like 4 months. It's been 4 months since the season started. I didn't even think about that. Because that also means it's been like 4 months since, like, we've really seen Greg. Because also, I'll mention, like, I haven't seen anything of this yet. I haven't seen anything of this. I'm going in almost completely blind. The only thing I have seen, hang on. I think the only thing I have seen is like a little bit of Kira, but not much else.
이제 좀 정신이 맑아졌나?
Okay, that one kind of got me to jump a little bit. I actually haven't had her on my screen for a while,
괜찮다면
so I
말이죠.
didn't know about the gunshot.
파우스트에게 뇌 조각을 선물해 줄 수 있을까요? 친한 사람끼리는 선물을 주고받잖아요. 파시아에게 새로운 뇌를 먹여보고 싶어서 말이에요. 파우스트 것은 이미 몇 조각 먹였거든요. 더 잘라내버린다면 파우스트를 잃어버릴 수 있기 때문에 부탁드려요.
Actually,
맥마다 푸름이 뚝뚝 떨어지니
I also haven't had Honglu as my home screen for a bit.
대비를 표현한 실화입니다. 신체를 조각하는 것만큼은 아니지만 시를 짓는 것을 좋아해서 취미로 두고 있어요. 마음에 드는 작품이 있다면 이렇게 시 한 구절을 적어두곤 하죠.
Which is funny, because I've actually been using him in a mirror dungeon, and I understand now. I understand. Okay.
이 작품 어떻게 보이시나요?
When it's unique charge, I don't hate it as much. But when it's still charge, I still kinda hate it. But I'll accept it more as a unique, I'll accept it more as a unique kind of counter. Which I think is similar to the way that I liked it in Runa. Aside from certain moments when I kinda need a brute force, but if charge has 10 haters, then you can certainly count me among them. If charge has 0 haters, I am dead. Also been experimenting a little bit more. Well, kinda. I'm trying to figure out I want to figure out like better kind of just like completely focused on one uncertain type of win conditions, like sometimes, because like if I kind of wanted this, I really should. I need Middle Sinclair for this. I also think it might be time to bring you out of retirement. Oh no, never mind. Not right now. No, you keep those. Fire plant. Fire plant. Then Fire Fist goes here. If I'm not getting anything out of you, then I should just go... If that's the case, I'd also be better off doing this. Doing that with Adder Blossom's a little bit risky if I don't get... If I don't get my ego. 2 sloth and 2 pride. Wait, who gives... Sloth would be on Tremor. How do I make this work? I want to make this work. The Wrath is going to be fine. It's the Sloth and the Pride that are the hard parts. Wouldn't that be you? No. I want you, I want you. So that means that these two are the ones that I really kind of have to mess around with.
자, 해골 바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
You don't really have another blunt ID that I could use. Wait, doesn't... She does have a pride skill. Yeah, I could use you. Damn it. I was trying to save up. Rose Banner would also be good here. How do I force this to work? Could get pride skills out of you. I could get pride skills out of you, and I would also get type coverage. But then where do I get this? Hi, Sally. Thank you for the check-in. What do I... I am... One, I want to read through the event. But, like, that's the entire reason that I'm here. But, like, I'm also trying to experiment a little bit more with this. I am doing pretty well right now. Turns out when you don't eat like an hour before stream, you aren't as sleepy. Shocker. But no, I've been doing good. I'm trying to experiment a little bit more. I could also get pride skills out of you. Then you don't really work with this. I'm trying to experiment more in this. Wait, I could get some out of you. Yeah. No, that works. No, I've been experimenting a little bit more in Limbus Company after kind of... I'm trying to break out of older habits. So I want to try to experiment a little bit more in these games. I want to commit more to kind of like that thing I was saying. I think I brought it up. I think I brought it up the last time I was playing. Where it's just I gotta like experimenting more and coming up with unique kind of win conditions within certain type of limitations. That's why I like this Canto so much. Because a lot of that was kind of like, hey, here's a very unorthodox team, how do you still make it work? And that's why I've kind of been waiting on this intervallo for 4 months now. I didn't even realize how long it was. I think this works. Count as a burn ID, I guess. What's your passive? Well, it's either that or... I think it's better if I do that to help you. Are you... That wouldn't get fueled. You don't really have anything for burn, do you? Not yet. Something I'll probably get like next season. Bucket Wild Hunt, why not? Wait, no, because that's Glimmer. Well, no, that is Glimmer's. I'm not getting anything off of that. I also kind of wanted to start doing this because I realized in retrospect, a lot of my playtime in Ruina was kind of like the deck building part. Like, it was coming up with certain win conditions and figuring out things that would kind of just, like, help me in any way, shape, or form. These SP loses against... Hit by attack and gains 1 blunt damage up. Ooh. We actually are useful here. And then if I don't need you, then I can switch you to Leo. Okay.
3일 시작.
I also forget which announcers I have on. I think I only have Sinners as my announcers right now.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론 회사 카드로. 만만찮겠군. 우리 하지. 복잡했어. 타올라. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억한 게 좋겠어요. 저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
So early, do I do it now? Or... Yeah, I don't care. Forgot if I do that, I'm just... No, I'll hold off then. Forgot if I do that instantly, then get my tag rounds.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 이거 금방 맞지? 야, 필살. 발렛 브레이크 슬램. 와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 그냥 말만 한 걸. 쓰레기 같은 아르카나 놈들. 확인.
She's already...
놈에게 덤빈다라.
I only got this fast recently. She's going to die if I do that. Only once per turn. She gains 4. She'd be fine, but I have to put her on defense. Hi, Effie. This should be fine. I'm trying to make sure that one of my characters doesn't explode. And then after probably... After also probably doing my thread, I will probably start the event then. Oh, she didn't hit her evade. I'm missing one more pride. This is fine. Yeah, this is fine. I also kind of want to do the event because I want the Mersault that's in there. Because last week I only had Honglu for my mirror dungeon, and I kind of want to see what happens if I can actually, now that I'm able to bring Albina into it. Does she still not have... She's still missing a pride for it. She is going to explode. I don't need that right now. Please do not explode.
제어가 진행하겠습니다.
So I'm still trying to figure out the kind of rules that that Outer Blossom Faust has. Because if I can't figure it out completely, there's still just sometimes where she just explodes.
베르겔 그 인간도 이걸 인정할걸?
But either way, I think this is over. Why not?
대체어가 진행하겠습니다. 불꽃으로 수놓은 이 별무리 속에 데려다 드릴 수는 없어도 그러하나 별빛으로 만들어 드릴 수는 있다. 한 번 휘두른 걸로 이렇게나? 완전 멋있는 걸? 불길 속으로
총알까봐 떠올려.
눈을 감을 만한
Thank you for the reload, Mersault.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
No, then not actually.
근처에 용수염이라는
Keep that in mind now. That does work.
이건
에고 동화율 정상. 개체의 행동 패턴 추출 완료. 이 정도 성과라면 다음 연구로 이어나갈 수
She also took the
있겠군요.
most amount of damage. Oh, that's fine. Oh, and then I actually have to do an Envy Resonance team anyway. Well, no, Envy. So, like, she's fine here, but then I'm still messing around with Charge. I hate whatever. Skill 2. I still refuse to, like, pour resources into the W Corp units. That's more of a personal bias than anything, really. Skill 2 is Envy. Skill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I have anything better for Envy? Snack? Harpooner would, technically. That's more for bleed. You don't really have a lot of Envy. You practically always have Envy. You have Envy. Your skill 2 is an Envy. I don't have anything really charge related for you outside of Hardcorp. And then you also still apply Bleed and Burn. Huh? Fuck it.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Because yours is Rupture. If you were middle, then you would also apply Bleed. Your Envy. Yeah, no, then I guess that works. Gonna have you for Burn. I'm already doing Envy, then... No, well, those two would count. You wouldn't count, you wouldn't count, you wouldn't count. So, no, I don't think that's worth it. into something that just helps with bleed then. Or what was yours? Oh, that's Pierce. What? Barber Otis? I don't know if the fastest speed is killed. If the enemy is killed, attack and heal 10 HP. Do I have less skills in this? From you, and from you. Alright. Then you help with charge count, I guess. Does Gregor still not have... Well, no, because I don't know about either of those. Actually, no, I was right. I'm stupid. I was right about to say, like, does Gregor still not have a charge ID? And, like, no, actually, he does. Staring right back at me. Isn't yours envy? No, it's gluttony. I guess if you something for burn. Because the more that I actually thought about it,
이만하면 순항이죠.
I...
바람도 딱 좋네.
Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would need another slot. The more I thought about it, the more... The more I realized that I did kind of like set up all the different floors in Ruina, like, for different scenarios. Not like... Because I always give a lot of shit. I give a lot of shit to like roguelike deck builders. But like... two of the parts I liked most from Library of Ruina were was like building the deck. Like, no, that was a genuinely super fun part to me. Because I'm like, okay, how do I make this work for, like, the cards that this floor gets? Oh, you're too slow. Okay, Envy. It's a skill too. It's fine. Like, oh.
정확하게.
Like, that whole process was a lot more than I kind of, like, really signed up for. But, like, every small passive that I could apply to the different librarians really made me realize, like, oh, sometimes one small stat change can really kind of make or break an entire... either an entire playstyle or...
앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내 검을 힐끔힐끔 쳐다봐.
or break a lot of encounters that don't really expect you to be doing just like an additional 10% damage a little bit more frequently than anticipated. How do I make this work? Because I want to hold on to the envy skills. You get a charge, so it doesn't matter. She's too slow. We wouldn't be getting out anything off of that. Fuck. Make it work.
공격범위 확인.
Like, there would be there would be times where I think I was going through like the entire deck of characters of like all the librarians on the different floors and then coming up with like, oh, okay, if they get this card, then we can make this work. And then if I lose these certain interactions, then I can get then I could probably get these cards a lot easier. Like, no, I was setting up the different types of win conditions. To the point where there were certain days where like I would play for so long, but I would only be doing that. Like I would have something on in the... I think I had something on like on my second monitor, but like no, it's just going through all the different characters and putting in slightly different stats. Just cause like, yeah, that character rolling +1 for slashing attacks like did become super important and super useful. There were times where that saved my life. They're specifically going after Honglu. Then if you do that... How much charge are you at? Not a lot. Let's power down, that's fine. Means I can attack this one. Cause free. Still positive, so I might as well just swing. Alright. Because also when the boss fights turned into like very elaborate puzzles when it came to the use of status effects, like either gaining or losing a certain count based off of if you were able to satisfy certain conditions during the fight was a huge part of why I liked Runa. Like I liked it kind of as a puzzle game because of that. It reminded me a lot of the way that I kind of liked how certain fights in certain areas were designed in SMT5. Where it felt like, oh, how do I deal with this boss with a very specific weakness in a place where I've been building up like the opposite for like the past 2 to 3 hours. It's because there is something in that small amount of pocket that they gave you that will have an answer. Or at least it'll give you the tools to make an answer for yourself. I believe Kat's still low. She's at -20. Well, no. Well, no, because it's not staggered. It's gonna enter stagger next turn, so... Little envy resonance.
왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그
3. There we go.
온순해졌을 것 같겠나?
I completely forgot that she was building up this entire time.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군.
I genuinely kind of forgot that she was just in the background for a little bit. I was not looking at her.
있군. 그럼 오늘 림컴버
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀
She swept an
상관없다는
insula at the very
지금
end.
우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
Okay, I think that's everything. And I also don't know if it takes Enclifin and not modules. Thankfully this time I actually have a couple boxes saved up. What are the bonus units for this? 40% gain. 20% gain on 2 units that came out like 2 weeks ago is insane, but alright. Like, in comparison, when like Ring Yi-song came out and then Ring Otis, like, alright, sure, I get it. Funeral. Okay. Wait, what's that currency? Severed thread. Severed in scored second is immediately converted to 20. Scored skin. Oh. Funerals help for Martin and the LCA researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of death throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking for salt. Apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to the funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Seating, I like it. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety? It's solemn propriety that befits the occasion. Give me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 on. Not a strong reader. Hadn't every sinner have attended a funeral before? Back when we set foot in the grim manor in T-Corp? It's actually... Otis actually bringing up T-Corp reminded me that, like... That explains a lot more about that thing in Time Killing Time, where Ryoshu wasn't impacted by any of that for reasons that are now apparent. Oh, thou speakest at a funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been That's a... Ooh, okay. That hurts to bring back Clear All Kathy like this. Ow. Alright. I wasn't kind of expecting that. Bereft of the dead. I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Oath Association notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, I said. If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, anticipated that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. This is also interesting, because I'm constantly remembering that, like, we didn't get our memory wiped in K-Corp. And, like, we remember Kathy. And we can remember a lot of the, we can remember a lot of the things. At least mostly, that have been constantly removed. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. I don't remember if I said it, like, during the end of Canto 9. Probably not, because I was super tired. But, like... there is a very strong and very interesting kind of, similarity being painted between, like, Heathcliff and Ryoshu. The manner in which it manifests is, like, slightly different, but for lack of a better term, like, Catherine was thrown through a concept incinerator. But we remember it. But we can't remember who we originally were for some reason. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The Sinner seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up on trying to correct him. Instead, we just checked in on each other's memories every now and then. We really are the kind of... Damn it. We're the only one who can back him up on this. Because if because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. Yeah. I don't remember if I ever looked like too deeply into it. I remember I talked to a friend about it, but like there are two different versions technically of the my god, why am I forgetting the name? Of the Wild Hunt Heathcliff that you can technically get. But it's contingent on how far into the story you are. So like if you're before the events of Wuthering Heights, he'll be speaking a lot more about Catherine. But then after the events, he doesn't remember her. He doesn't remember why. He's kind of like doing a lot of this. And it's like a very neat and interesting detail that changes based off of your story progression. Because there's a bunch of voice lines that change for it too. So like, no, they put a lot of thought into it and like kind of future-proofing it. But damn. I didn't forget about it, but like it kind of just sat in the back of my mind that like, yeah, we're the only ones who really remember Catherine. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff roaming on a rampage and that Henley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No! It's not common. Well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Yeah. Because that's just kind of that common. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died. And after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that, because of the sweepers. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of doubt and rumors, huh? Rumors. You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies. Or an ambient, some fancy prosthesis. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongwan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that they wouldn't lose the burial room the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Otius? Foolishness. All of it. Otius? I've never seen that word before. Oh my god. Comforting the soul of the departed. Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. He's still not? Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis. A battle against the Thumbner's father. Sure, great. Fuck it. Why not? He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said that there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So he's not physically bedridden, he's mentally bedridden. That's not good. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. What do you mean? You're just taking him? Me? Yes, you. The LCA wants to look into the sign you manifested at Sinclair. The higher-ups then waits a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more of a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What an investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues for research could be vastly... I'm not giving you my consent. Alright. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We have to get Boss to fend off the LCA Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. Wait, you have an official department for that? They want to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is by being a good boy and cooperate. Ah, just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall, paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse. Oh, don't panic at any minute. What about you? You not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery award for me. Oh. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized the time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by a department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true. Your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried, really, him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Yeah, we've still kind of just been hanging out. Like, we don't have our bus. We don't have our bus, and one of us speds run, so like, no, we've just kind of been hanging out for a while, I guess. We've kind of just been hanging out since even the last Canto. Like, ever since we really got the H Corp, we've kind of just been hanging out for a bit. We really haven't been on the road. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Still not used to the new sword. The only ones keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa and a valiant question for the new color fixer's whereabouts. That is two very different types of people to be surrounded by. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Right. It was Hong Liu who translated for us, not Faust. She didn't even speak up when Hohenheim was spouting bullshit. She's really out of it. She accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stacks of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? Thanks. Well, Koha says CH. I can't fucking clock ad. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? Communicating in her own way, but still technically accurately speaking, yes. But her translating in her way isn't exactly helpful. It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. She is... That is a very large sign of growth from her, though. Can't lie. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice of method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation to yet another linguistic form, equally demanding of it. Thanks for making things hard to understand. It would seem we're in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCC8 employees with a relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is the bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bull. What? You there. Why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor Turner had to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Cotter. He's learning his way around the sinners. Like, no, that's genuinely charming. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier for that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. Why are you recruiting? Ad started. Let me make sure that I can go and make more tea. I don't know why he's specifically like picking out the stupid ones, or maybe that's why he's specifically picking out Don and Heathcliff, but whatever, I guess. Okay, maybe I also grabbed a little bit of pizza. Oh, right, League of Dumbasses. I I have not yet concluded my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy question. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating interpretation of the manager's speech to Center Number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. That is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me to be allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Senryo's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It is simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have been sufficiently unbearable. Val hopes that this was not some skillful scheme deceived to elicit Faust's cooperation. This is also a sign of Hohenheim knowing his way around the sinners, and especially knowing his way around Faust. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Center 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. I'll sleep in Limbus best, I think, because it's a lot of text and I have no context for everybody to read it softly. Thank you, Effie. Because a lot of this is like, not even like too much of it, but a lot of it is kind of like calling back stuff from like years ago. Or like small things, and then the things that were happening like 4 months ago that I read kind of super early in the morning, so... well, whatever. I'm saying that might be a two-pronged problem on my part, but I'm glad that you enjoy my reading style. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders... House of Spiders right away. You have a system. Perhaps you could help Faust. He is begging Faust. Sure. Although, not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. Wait, this is a 3-person attack? Why? Wait, no, 4. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in a house of spiders. Are we on an excursion with only Faust, Dawn, Ryoshu, and Kira? Come for a nice time, save for the times it cracks when a woman is gay to you. Chances are you're not going to get a lot of that last one, but you will get a lot of very, very Zoomer lingo thrown at you in probably 10 minutes. Kira, she has regained consciousness. Or maybe a little bit sooner. Also insane to regain consciousness after having like half your body chopped in half, but I've seen worse at this point. Survivor. The place Hohenheim led us to look less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Could be both. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if it counts as reasonable? Faust has no control over me. Faust is not. No. Faust is not, like... She's incredibly docile, and also incredibly naive. A windowless room thick with sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Karen was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Rodian's already killed somebody. Otis I hate. Are those just like gym pants? For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Oh, so you've just literally not been talking to her. What's she even doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company that had originally intended. No TV, no comic books. Just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. Oh, she's been super bored. And now you suddenly need my help. Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't see so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a sternly impenetrable expression. Imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is a result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half the current numbers. She's an investment, and the gear used to, like, reattach her lower half is still expensive, but it's not super high quality. They're not doing this out of benevolence. They're doing this because, hey, we could probably earn more money doing this. And here's the bare minimum that we need to stitch her together to get that profit. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, and shall we say lack thereof, or shall we say lack thereof in its projected income statement. Yeah. Well, suffice to say that such a resentment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kara, it almost felt as if he traded that usual thorn for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. Yeah, he was being a little bit more... Or maybe that's just what he can kind of normally do. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Ah, so you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from the Apprentice of the Thumb and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle, these two considerations are likely to increase the value in the eyes of the company. They're going to put her to work. She's not a friend, she's the company dog. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. That is true. That is true. That is true. That is extremely true. That is extremely true. Yeah. That is extremely true. She's this is the kitty gloves in terms of like how other companies handle situations like these. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the discourse of information is particularly limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulants, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. Jesus Christ, Hohenheim. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications in the after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. Predilection. You're so freaking annoying. You know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. It's also going to be interesting seeing, like, an apprentice actually spending a little bit more time with Ryoshu. Even if it's against her will. Like, she's going to see what she's been compared to, kind of, like, behind Mateus's, like, perspective. With that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kara. His reaction was understandable. The LCA had only just finished laying its dead research to rest. Kara is probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kara. Yoshihide. You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Mateus. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow. Landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. She's justifying it. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him. A middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Mateus was a GB, only by a technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. very interesting to just see Ryoshu actually kind of speak plainly. And like provide actually useful information. Damn, alright. Same treatment for me, being a sprat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Not surprising it's the same thing for the bowl cut too. Same taste. Oh, young Ryoshu. Could it be that thou also does harbor a passionate zeal for fixed shut? I quickly camped the hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. QC, or I'll sink right this instant. What the fuck does QC? What the fuck does CQ mean? What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in the blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day, and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, sink. That's so random. Who even says that? That's... You're gonna have the one who's, like... main defining character trait is speaking in Zoomer speak and then getting mad at Ryoshu for abbreviations. Whatever. Ryoshu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much with this stray that she'd bite us? Besides. No, better hear from her instead. Hey, tell me why Mateus kicked the bucket. That's cause... Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, and then might makes right. Especially for the middle. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who had been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. She probably just doesn't trust us. But at the same time, she's been taught significantly, and it might makes right, so. We beat Mateus, so we have to be right. And if we beat him, then there's no way that she could beat us. Blunt, lust, and gloom. Wait, everybody's here.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
So this one likely is going to be very bleed focused. I say despite the fact that Ryoshi's still gonna have to be number 1. Actually,
전시 준비 소재가
I can have all of them
준비됐어.
here. So then if you're super bleed focused,
드디어 내 차례냐?
manager can also be here. Yours operates off of bleed, doesn't it? No, that's Pierce. You for the passive. No, that's burn. Do you really not have anything for bleed? Burn, rupture. More blunt damage. Accidentally evade gates +1. I don't think we're gonna be fighting anything that has sanity. But it would be extra gloom damage. And if they're already weak to gloom, then yeah. I'd rather have Kurokuma for this. And then that's just additional slash. Well, they already do. They do a bunch of slash damage, so I think that's fine. Actually, no. Like, for a split second, I thought like, maybe worth it. No, not as. Kurokuma Rodian is not a replacement for manager. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The side of the hollow, frigid atmosphere, and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Pretty, who might those people there be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our gut reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation of the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company. A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology, and as a prior occasion been referred to as New or Aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees are also taken to calling you the New L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. You're probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp had already fallen. Well, W Corp, oh my god, from what I've heard, is free-falling at this point. So W Corp's going to shit. Interesting. Still won't take your fucking trains. And these are the manager and the centers of the LCB department. Our field operations unit frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with the other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provided is more than sufficient. Oh. Okay. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm. As if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to the script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Huh? You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering. Okay. Like, even... You can be very extremely charitable and say that we, like, suppressed distortions in T-Corp, like, because it was the right thing to do. You can be realistic and say that, like, we suppressed it as a means, like, to further our own study. But then Alan's interpreting it as, like, a marketing stunt. Like, Alan only sees the profit that they gained doing that. Okay. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Faust. Faust, we're gonna talk after this. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered your question while Alan carried on with one time. She actually did answer. He was referring to the Monolith Sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the expense request of Mr. Hubert Hubert. Fuck, I hate that name. T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where those back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Yeah, that's what you're looking for here. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly clocking her head in a slow irritation, she still gave up the sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk in his room. Robo-Unk? Okay. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's a gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She's come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. Back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What? That's literally all I've got. For real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kara with a stiff expression. Even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of action was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah. With all the whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed a level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. You're terrifying, Team Leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay? My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. Gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So freaking annoying. Funnily enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. That's scary to think about, but okay. Let us resume the task at hand. Senryoshu, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. We're going to ring turf? The other two on the left. I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I... H and I have no idea where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already big improvement in terms of the intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less of a chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with the connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senryoshu mentioned. Huh? You don't trust me at all, huh? Might even bring me along. Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the floor, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handling overfield operations. I do love that Don Quixote has been like calling more and more people young. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the... Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the light hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. That's to my lack of physical eyes. I could make out... Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. What the fuck? It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was quite different than the air itself seemed to carry a strain... It seemed so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange somber weight. After a moment, something shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, that scale isn't just insane. That's the whole whale from the Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue. One, it's good that a kid is very enthusiastic about a museum. Two, this is the wrong type of museum to be super enthusiastic about. Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shot... Oh my fucking god. Seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like one we've encountered, though. How is that here? Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified. Outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. The Robo-Unk did say that the ring has those zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe brilliance. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kara kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct short of a hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. She has been a little quiet. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred of House Tepes. What is it doing here? How did they... At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with the crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission. Numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Oh, shit. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence. It's kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable situation here. The door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without stalling a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. Yeah, walking in here and then... As tensions thickened, one of the strangers who wore particular bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through a door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. The fingers know that the House of Spiders has fallen. Cool. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Oh, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. So you were the ring equivalent of basically Lei Hang. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thawing flesh of living prey, and a predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and and the strength of living creatures. But not, was it? That's right. Emil Beno. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. That's praise. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a possible AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging us out on purpose to buy us time. Yeah. She wouldn't do this before. She would, like... If the idea was like, hey, we have to kill time, or like, we need to fight, like... she'd be one of the first ones to start swinging, but she's showing a lot of, she's reserving herself a lot in the situation right now. And she's using that tactfully to help us. The lockdown sequence thing. How much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote had been shooting the ring members an incessant glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relaying my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. Oh, she's serious. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. That also means that before, she was completely just fucking around. She was just playing. I like this for Dawn. I really like this when, like, she can be serious and then also is allowed to have whimsy whenever she chooses. Perhaps it does make this suitable juncture to try out Plan A. Plan A. Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. Oh. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith and potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of the gaze was Ryoshi's blade, Araeshiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if Maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artist at their aim. We were practically a windfall of inspiration and material that was so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the wielder of Araeshiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my hand. I have no idea how much information a ring has on us. But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not. Fuck. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. Oh, her name is Emily. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshi meant was quite clear. She is... even... Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Like, she's still not speaking technically directly, but she's speaking way more forwardly. Like, she's not... how do I describe it? She's not like throwing you off to throw you off. She is bridging that gap of communication a little bit better. She's still speaking in kind of like her own way and not being explicitly direct, but she is being more direct than she used to. She's a very flowery speaker. Like, it's very there's a level of extravagance to it, but it being open to interpretation is kind of a huge part of her artistry. Like, there's a lot of small ways in the way that she speaks that I really like. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us time to get away. The floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emily Binot. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Spiders used to bind Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Okay, that's a problem in our current circumstance. Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? They already know about that? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What do you want about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom. The sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then sees the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired the structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring of her finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with a sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than of a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside. The attack from the ego gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. What the fuck is that? As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow. Shit. It was Kira. Struggling to push back the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't planned at all. Obviously not. She could have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look of her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite a quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kit Mateus took in. Why do you stand in my way? Why do you refer to her as a kit? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Can shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be shared. Shut it, mister. Quit yapping and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapon emerged from her sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's That broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? It is a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow these a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with the full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Jesus. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I'll seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with the once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped from her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved.
Rather cute, aren't you?
I love Knife. I hope you're doing well. Taking Karen back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. We actually are just having to abandon her. Fuck. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You, don't just stand there. Get over here now. But these guys are gonna... Oh my god. It's so hard trying to speak... or trying to figure out how to speak like Kira. That would have had a completely different context if I said that, like... 10 years ago, minimum. But, like... I can't do Valley Girl because that's not what she is. These guys are gonna... Oh my god, and it's not... I don't know what to do for her. I don't know how to sound for her. At least not yet. But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You talk too much. Want to get cleaved in half again. You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two backdoors before the Maestro could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arms? She's calling her a bowl cut. Alright. I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be a strong addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would be not the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I called to the sinners, their voices came through Hohenheim's radio one after the other. Okay. So we're getting more of a proper explanation as to how this actually works. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever... Okay. Okay, calm down. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone to me. Otis, not sparing 5 seconds to glaze over the phone. Oh, we're still doing it. Oh, wait, this is more... There's someone unstable, the manager can remotely command and communicate with every sinner. Caution, manifested sinners can equip identities and follow commands, but they lack independent will and retain no memory of their manifestation. The distance limit between the manager and his sinners for equipping identities increases vastly. The distance limit between the manager and the sinners for equipping identities increases vastly. So you can use it, but there is a diminishing return after a certain point of distance. Interesting. You have them all colored blue, rouge, blue, rouge. It's all bleeding and sinking. Hi. LCE question mark? Violet brick. Oh, hers just automatically turns into... Everything that had the middle is just crossed out. Yeah, just all constantly crossed out. Damn. No, she really does have kind of just nothing to her. Either way, let's see. Because this is also the first time I'm using this Honglu with 2 ring students. So I should get closing time a lot sooner. Or at least a lot sooner than like I was used to in the Mirror Dungeon.
놀라운 영혼이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
How do I make this work? Dealing with bleeding and sinking sucks, but I don't think... I need to see what that blue is. That was the saddest effect. I should have flipped that. Oh, you get that so much
회복
sooner.
탄환을 쏠 거라면 미리 말해라.
What does blue do?
저번처럼
When hit, gain
말없이
1 sinking potency for every 3
또
stack.
검집으로 쳐내버릴 테니.
For every 3. Turn and at plus 5 stack, lose 5 SP. If the middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation, does that make the ring's tattoos more brands that when forcibly applied weaken their enemies? Red. When hit, gain 1 bleed potency for every 3 stack. Gain 1 defense level down. Next turn for every 4 stack. Oh. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base material as the augmentation tattoos. They're both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to erase, let alone bleach. Interesting. Oh, whoops. As I started. Let's take this sec to stand up. It's been 2 hours and I'm finally into like the first real fight. Granted, it's not the game's fault, it's the fact that I'm a slow reader. Sorry. Was finishing a slice of pizza. I'm trying to figure out when are like good times to snack when I can. Especially if it's gonna be like long reading streams like this. Blunt, gloom. Blunt, gloom, and lust. be better off offsetting.
탕,
이제 흥미롭네요. 보여드려야겠군요.
써야 할 때가 와.
예술.
무기를 만드는 것만큼
사람을
내가
단축하면
어부이보다 뛰어.
보기 좋아지지 않았나?
Why is that mark just like right on her?
조금 멀리서 눈으로만 감상하시길.
And then there's Fascia, and then he's at 6, so I should get in like 2 turns? I think. That's overkill for what I need that for.
하고들 시간이다. 잔후에.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛, 브레이크스.
I don't know if her hood comes on like slightly more than like it used to. I like it.
수에서 벗어났나? 방심해. 살고자 하는
Completely fair and
모든
balanced
것들과
unit, by the way.
무덤으로 돌아.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸. 저것들 전부
Oh, we're, like,
녹여서
completely-
썰어버려도 상관없지.
Turn and lose 2 stack. When does your switch into... When does your switch into this? What am I forgetting? Okay. When the ring ally use the skill, lose 1 viewing tableau, once per identity. The unit does not have viewing tableau, replace one of the base skills with Colonial Time Installation Art number 1. Okay. So I'm going to get that next turn, basically guaranteed. I don't want to consume my charge just yet. I'm going to get closing time next turn anyway.
돌아가. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
한번의 덕분.
나쁘지 않아요. 글쎄요, 이제야 친해졌네요. 오, 아,
고,
이런.
온,
Never mind. That was it anyway.
하지만 슬슬
놀라운 한방이네요.
물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는
Tell me the first or any impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me pick another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. Same difference. SD. What's that? Same difference. I'm getting better. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say and say it was anticipated. That's W-A. What the fuck? What does W-A mean? Wasteful, wasted. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kara with a fist towards her face. Those Favas won't be able to cross over any time with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf, Clog. And those Favas beasts have endured as long-standing faction within the ring. And they've got that much history. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternative routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Yeah, they could always rush us for a surprise attack, though. Even that Favas Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. Yeah, they only heard it through rumors. Still, it's the fact that they heard that it potentially happened. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. Yeah. That's... I don't know why my nose is itchy. That's one thing I've noticed. The more that we kind of keep doing this, like, we're acquiring some very, very strong cards, as a way of putting it. Like, we've been doing a lot of things that kind of really give us so much leverage in a lot of different scenarios. And we're just kind of on the road most of the time, so we haven't really been able to essentially count our cards the same way that we might have been keeping track of N-Corp. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the unsheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quavering was faint, so seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. Okay, so that's the scenario we're working with here. Do you... Damn. Araya is there, and she is aware. Like, she's watching over her mother in the way that Honglu's grandparents were watching kind of through him. But Araya is consciously keeping it so that Ryoshu can't draw the sword as a means of protecting her. This is like if Catherine turned into Heathcliff's bat and like is protecting him. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attackers now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that could prove more than adequate. I love the weird situations that this game is starting to put us in. Because we can now call people in from a distance, like, it means that we can spend a lot more time with the specific sinners. We'll never really be kind of restricted in terms of what we can do. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams of full complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following the Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects, such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner number 11 sign and a manifestation of possible future. Yeah, there was kind of like a lot of weird shit that kind of happened during that operation, can't lie. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. Oh. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long would the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at least. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. Aww. Aww. Araya. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Oh shit, what are you doing here? It was Vespa Crabbro, fuck. With a piece of paper covered in the crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Shannon's here. Cut on snacks. Mr. String Bean ate them all up. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Varric, kick his ass. Oh, Virtualist is here too. Damn. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karon also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you excuse more care next time. Well, you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karon. Karon, super silky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Pete, mode disabled. Aww. They have such a cute relationship. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to the radio channel again. Virgilus looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but was already picking something off another plate and stuffing into his mouth. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling at my share. He took my snack too, Bird. Kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. Oh my fucking god. I used to know this too. I am aware that half the total snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snack expenses. And now you're reading LCE supply as well. She's embezzling candy from other people. Chill, that's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that. Why is Rody the one who gets to say that? Why does she? That's that and this is this, I guess. Sure. Whatever. Fine. The lines on Virgilus's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of the endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a few select people could perceive it. He also said that Rodion doesn't have it. More importantly, he also said that, like, he noticed that a couple of us had it. So Sinclair's not the only one that has the sign, but he asserted that Rodion does not have it. If there are more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Demian and Sanson? Wait. Then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? Yeah. I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rodian gets the blues. I didn't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. This could be it. Aye. That doth seem plausible. So none of this is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at the present. This is, at best, grounded in superstition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Huh? Wait. This is, at best, grounded in superstition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. They're trying to base their hypothesis based off of what future Sinclair said. But doing that is very limiting to their research. So that bit about the sign, maybe being some singularity or whatever. Yeah. The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. Meaning that they can only operate in certain locations and under certain conditions. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. And nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway. Listen. Sorry, Sinclair. No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came out. Just took some blood, small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electric stimulation. Are you saying they took a taser to his forehead? Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No. I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist with my future self, so... So what happened to him wasn't assuming an ID. It was him basically switching with another version of himself. Like, how do I describe this? Because like if the IDs are us allowed to use shards from different mirror worlds, but like as kind of like something over our current selves, like a jacket, then instead of Sinclair like wearing the jacket of Enclair, Sinclair was replaced with that certain Sinclair, and then when certain Sinclair left, our Sinclair came back. Meaning fuck, he might not ever get those memories. But that is like a canonical experience that happened in future Sinclair's life. Or at least there was a time where he went back and then that happened. Interesting. Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? Not necessarily. This is just a messy thing when you do time travel. But so we already know that Limbus Company operates on, like, you can say either many worlds or like world lines, where, like, let's say there is our world line A, and then world line B is the one where certain Sinclair came from. Certain Sinclair from timeline B is not jumping backwards in time. He is not from a future point in timeline A. He is from a future point in timeline B. And then he was brought to a certain point in timeline A, and then he was sent back to timeline B. So he doesn't necessarily need to have those memories, because it is just an event that happens to him during his time. It's not Back to the Future, as a way of putting it. It's not Back to the Future. It's Steins Gate rules. A paradox, it would seem. In such a case. That Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. Faust gets it. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the selves that now exist. Is that the theory suggested? You're kind of overcomplicating it a little. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. He's basically saying that there's so many potential other worlds due to the amount of ways that things can. This is like butterfly effect. Butterfly flaps its wings in Africa. There's storms or whatever in like Tennessee. But he's basically saying that there's so many different ways and so many different, essentially, futures that could exist that they can't ever necessarily kind of go back. Trace it back to the selves that now exist. Now it's time to talk about a possible interpretation. Here you go again, more than nonsense, only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? That is also, we're getting a lot of kind of tie back with our time in T-Corp, because this is very similar to what happened in Wuthering Heights. Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah, like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Which you kicked off proper out there. Even pulled that trick that you picked up from that Placido geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Hmong technique quite effortlessly too. What, that glowing red thing? The glowing ring thing. Yeah, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing about anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough's one part of it. There's gotta be more. There's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they passed down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that lay hang prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. A lot of them fingers, ain't they? That... The notion seems to unravel. For even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virtualists too. So what? Only the proper hot bastards can use it. Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone particularly prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze towards Virgilus and Vespa. We do have two color fixers right here who both can use it. Given in-text on, it's not too far off. I mean, technically, yeah. Also, hi, Saidaku. Are you still snacking? I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors. They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership. That there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even a technique to manifest it. How-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus video, bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with a shiny mong wrapped around that weapon. We can keep her. We can keep her. We're going to keep her. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such marvel in a video. True. She's used to stories about it. Set her as my announcer. She is. They did add her. You can get her now for an announcer. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue. Literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape. Huh? You're out of date. Your age is showing, Dawn. Oh, that's tragic. Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its juniors a high degree of physical enhancement. What do you mean you recall? What do you know? There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. So instead of a flat power increase, it is scalable. And depending on how it is used, the consequences it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. Meaning, not literally, but functionally you could corrode if you kind of overexert yourself. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Is it not? unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Sheen. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brow visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilus' lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? Harrison cheers from a distance. It does look similar to an Onionite, actually. Yeah, the big poofy Onionites. I actually really like those designs. If I were to exaggerate, even Center Yi's songs pre-contract self could manage to learn it. He was that weak? Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Ah. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you're bound by contracts as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. But that's not saying that they can't. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Oh yeah, it scales the better that you get with it. So he's saying, what Virgilus is saying is that while under contract, the sinner's ability on their own to manifest Sheen is limited and restricted, and they also will have access to it through particular identities. But it is not theoretically outside the realm of possibility for them to use it. Shame that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. Yeah, he was just that strong. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Never once reflected upon his sins. That's something that Vespa considers as integral to manifesting. Vespa's response always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed too. Perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are of an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilus said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the center slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination concluded. That took an hour? Damn. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before I knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshi returned. Oh, that was like a whole hour of talk. Renketsun. I'm sorry? To present a conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow it felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it could be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretic possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. Oh. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the laypeople like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Shit. There is no need to fixate on the possibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. Ah, but we have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Tsuneriyoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. What do you mean? Far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes. Further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the Nurse-Ring Father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself there, clamping his mouth shut, as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their folks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation, for their forks had long stopped moving. Where are we to go? Ah, right. Sorry. I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshi, and I have been checking out where the back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. Prisoner of War Executive Manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too. Yeah. Let's remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the Executive Manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went through earlier led straight to the ring corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up the moment I finished speaking. Heathcliff, I can understand why he has beef with the ring. Otis, why? Or are you gonna pretend that it's because you don't trust Kira? I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understands better than anyone than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with the prisoner of war fucking called it. To have your indispensable self preceded with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on the duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. My research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join forces once it has found closure. What are you working on? I don't think I could be much help with it wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that's your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. That'll probably be okay. I can always summon him again if things get too dangerous. For now, I should go see Alan again. Oh, that was a lot quicker. Sat it. Blunt, lust, gloom. I need to figure out a way to make this work. Blunt, lust, and gloom.
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
Blunt, lust, gloom. Red Eyes is still staying relevant.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Started audiobook for Demian. I should probably get on that soon, actually. Because I've been meaning to do that too. And I just finished listening to a different book. So like, maybe I should start going through a couple of the Limbus ones. Limbus related ones, I should say. My bad. Blunt, lust, gloom. None of these. Beer, bleed, and burn. That's Pierce and that's Wrath. I also have wanted to check out The Stranger too.
모두 내가 진다.
That's Lust. I guess we just make do with this.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
I've wanted to check out The Stranger for a while, even before Limbus, honestly. Like, it's been something that's just like in the back of my mind. Ah, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through the isolated doors with the highest probability of leading into the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Hmm? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? You'll get it eventually, Unc. Yep. That door over there. Pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina go in, all hyped about some canned whatever it was. Then that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle. Pop would go in there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it was probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Otis has... I don't even want to call them, like, severe trust issues. Like, it goes beyond kind of trust issues. She is, like, very, very Judas-coded. But the fact that so much of her, like, keeps coming back to this idea of betrayal... She makes me very uneasy. Because it always seems to be like one of the first things in like, it seems to be like at the forefront of her mind constantly. Like this idea of trust, this idea of betrayal, and like earning trust. Here, Canto, your time is coming up soon. Hope you're ready. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Freaking, I can literally hear everything he's saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. It's part of my theory about her. Yeah. Like, she makes me uneasy. Like, and it's very clearly intentionally. It's very clearly intentional. But we'll wait and see. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Ryoshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryoshi stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in part, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. Where? And this place is... Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every soul walking here is dragging some animal along. Means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. Even just having a pet being a status symbol like that. The walk, the past Ryoshi mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory, I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door there is connected to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid. Barely. Such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Ryoshi. You're gonna look at them and tell them that they're wrong? Hey, Clock. You said you could show them my memories willy-nilly. No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in a House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest to everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Oh, ad break. Also, this one's at least really nice because you get to listen to rain while it happens. What if Otis was a prey during the Trojan War incident and blamed herself for the thousands on her side that died? She is either responsible for a huge number of people dying, or she did something directly that got those people killed. That is my only... That's kind of my working theory based off of how much Mass Attack egos that she gets, and on top of that, the lines that she's saying during those. Especially with, what was it? The Freischutz. Blue Bullet, oh my god. Magic Bullet, yes, thank you. Because that's kind of like Freischutz's whole thing, where like, he didn't do it intentionally. Like, it was kind of just what happens when you use the bullets that many times. You don't intentionally fire that 7th bullet thinking about the bad thing that's going to happen. You just kind of do it and then the bad thing happens. Which is very different from Fell Bullet, because Fell Bullet's main thing is that it's deliberate. This time, though, her memory seemed to manifest... Okay. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection with Ryoshi. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshi? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment. with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate that had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How could such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru, in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were, not someone else. Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade. A Canto that would whine and yelp inside his voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No. He didn't kill Saru. The Canto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. I'll write note on that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation. A tiny heartbeat, as though it was quavering with fear, as if it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what I remembered of her over time, with my own hands. This is so... She used the sword... Damn it. She used the sword in a way that somebody would use... No, their own... She's repressing her memory. Repressing it by deliberately severing herself from it. You don't have a bad childhood if you can't remember your childhood. But the body remembers. Got me thinking after hearing all that. What'd you still miss with that art thing then? Let's be honest. After seeing something like that, you'd want to see real clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers. So, maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. She's right. And not only that... No, because Callisto got completely distracted by Hohenheim's like, indulgence in critiquing his art. And he was still excommunicated from the ring, like... But that is... No, that's the truth of art. It is wholly subjective. Art and language in general, basically, are entirely subjective. even even the way that I'm speaking, language itself is very subjective. You can attempt to use the same words that everybody else uses, but that doesn't guarantee understanding. Because everybody's going to have their own understanding of what certain words mean in relation to, like, a sentence structure and such. Or the context, especially. And so that's why she applies that to her own language. The uncanny, the terrible. There's a beauty that lies in a grotesqueness of it all. Can't say it quite gay, but if you say so. No, bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. This is why she's my favorite. I got used to it, but the bastard Castilla's installation artworks cause night terrors and nightmares for her. Rattle. The scabbard moved, and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares. In a house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. It's a relationship she's sharing with Araya. Araya, my bad. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking out here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly follow Ryoshi back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. There used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, thinking he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Oh! Oh! Okay. This hurts. Why? Okay. Mommy? What's wrong? Over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. She has those threats. She still has those threats. People were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to our room. She's a good mother. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru. No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it never truly reached her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and motion for what's been empty begin to entangle with Ryoshi's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors than that Alan pointed out. But unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshi's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I don't think we're done. Huh? What the hell? How'd they get in here? Startled, Kara pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh and behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Didst thou not say that hast sealed the door earlier? Then how did these villains come to stand before us once more? I am unfamiliar with the Favis, so I can't entirely confirm or deny if they are furries or not. They probably infiltrated via an entire separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Uncle's washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just the case the posthumous oh my god, premium of death effect? Think about it. Yeah. Posthumous. She actually really does understand this stuff. Yeah, it's like, hey, so was his artwork actually valuable, or is it only valuable now that he's dead? That is her immediate question. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the syringe supply at this time, but it seemed to be fine. So Araya still like exists in some capacity. Just not anywhere close to like a full or even partial manifestation. The memory of her is fleeting, but it is at least still there. Ryoshu is both an artist and a good mother too, though. Like, damn. She understands the importance of not forcing like her own sensibilities or things that she likes onto her daughter.
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 단테, 많이 피곤해?
I can't lie. I will not lie. Maybe part of the... It's not part of the appeal itself. But her being mother definitely is not a bad part. You sung my baby boy. I'm actually kind of losing I'm kind of losing. Cute. I'm kind of losing Ishmael and Kira. They're so cute. He's not using Savage Tiger marks immediately. I'd rather just use this. Marcel, please, I need you to win one.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이에요.
Come on, that was so close. Whatever.
적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Jesus.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
People tend to look better abbreviated, don't you think? How does that mean? Let's return inflict bind. Gonna have to attack out of these anyway. I don't want to use the envy just yet.
대가리 딱 떼도
Oh, that's her with Violet Breaking Slam. Jesus. I think that was at 5.
엎드리도록.
Damn, she's still in her armor. Alright.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Oh. Yeah, he's getting it next turn. This is a... If I really want it, it can be less resonance. Yeah.
대가리
Let's see.
딱 떼도
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Fast flash.
완벽한 한 방. 시원한 걸.
And then next turn should be closing time.
난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
무파법을 이제야 좀
웬만해 예술을.
Hot. I can't.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르게 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Closing time. Art installation. I wonder. Let's see. Morbid Curiosity won this time. And it killed too.
일격에
저희
저렇게나
영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
그 전위적인 헛짓거리는 어디서 배운 거지? 하, 재밌고 꿰뚫려라!
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Damn, that was everything. Everything really does explode.
물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는
I think, depending on how this wraps up, Ryoshu might be hard pinned as my #1 favorite center from now on. Like, no replacements at this point. With this, the last of the rings infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryoshi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but fortunately no other ring members were in sight. Right. Where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave. Had more of the swords legging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking records by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? Where precisely does the designation in another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with the batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as a corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped. Oh, before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of the connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on it. Like she just locked in on the decision. Sorry, I wasn't used to seeing that from Dante. Alright. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. But I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. My memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshi in the only way it could. Aww. This is so... Damn. Araya. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. Damn it.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지
School.
작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 서두르지 말고
Araya is too sweet.
여유롭게.
She's too cute, too. Heck, they swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I spy thither half— oh my god. I espy thither half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I had a hell many of them anyway. My TV's gone. The couch, too. Ooh, true. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left within the television and the family couch that used to be. Oh, those. LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. You know what? I can't lie. Small consolidation. No, that makes sense. As for the leather and ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much. I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. That one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V Corp. Back streets. Where? Having lived here and made frequent use of the door herself, Kara was clearly the right person for the job, identifying where each door Wayfair Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've got to say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything like the shady warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning a knob and entering. Seems to me you outpace your business rather than no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfair superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this has been a workday related free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided. Do understand that Wayfair Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of these services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal spaces between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking the corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Ellen enter a door to a new location with this helmet off. It must be one of the precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I'd follow Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my clock hands. How are we at the Great Lakes? This one connects us somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's that place. It's that place, isn't it? The port ship that has a salon de private hair salon. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to the young Heathcliff and his hairdo most oh my god, most luscious. Most luscious. Quit with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encourage me now when we were so cavalier about blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, it's true that punishment wrought upon our merry band had severely outweighed that crime. Well, does not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would redeem thy pain a smidge. Oh, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at that Malo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They give away a hair coupon every 10 visits. Yeah, so what am I even yapping about all excited? Kira, who'd seemingly ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tipping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me. So why? But it's also true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. She is... Mateus is a is a weird... Not weird, that's not the right word. He's not so, like, easily categorically villainous as, like, someone like Valentina was. And that makes Kira kind of reconciling with what he did, like, all the more difficult. Because she can't make sense of it. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why somebody who would care about you and take care of you and do all those different things for you, it wouldn't make sense why they would just hurt you like that or betray you. Why has it gotta be so complicated? Mateus gave you that unesthetic BC. The Hexa BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. She's starting to like her. For some reason, Ryosha seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. Because it's reminding her of her own daughter. Even if she can't remember directly. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look that she'd got after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryosha's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. She likes when people don't understand her. Like, it's a very self-indulgent artist type of thing. I get it. There's a certain appeal in being, like, purposefully obtuse and not being able to be easily understood. And Ryoshu really enjoys that part. That's why that quote about art being subjective and you can't expect everybody else to understand, like, that's why that resonates with her. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. They do get to have something like that. Like a little bit of an immature... Well, at least for Dawn, like, it's different. But for Ryoshu and Kira, like, no. Mateus was kind of like a very childish father. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hinwards at the interests of the family. Yeah. I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... She did that because it was something he could bond over. You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him as the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers. Caring enough to bring me gifts. She is... This is very interesting Like, Ryoshu's not treating Kira like a kid. She doesn't recognize her as a kid. That's why she's smoking in front of her. But like, she is somebody that she can share a relative experience with. Like, Kira's the closest that Ryoshu is kind of getting to a younger sister. And you can kind of see that in the way that she's treating her. It's amicable, but she's also doing things purposely to annoy the shit out of her. But one day, I realized he never understood the things I really cared about. Even if his life had depended on it. Yeah. It was superficial, though. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That, I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Yeah. I kinda know what she means. Sometimes you don't necessarily remember when a certain breaking point is, but like, at a certain point you kind of accept that that feeling is there. And then you realize, oh, they don't care. So you have to stop giving them that brain space. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you two ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I've never been to school. I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Mateus must have been talking out of his ass again. No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use those doors. I even saw baby you going in, I'm going off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flooded across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah. Must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. She went to art school. Ran by the Ring. That explains a lot. Ryoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Why'd you hit me? Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been fine just without it. She's not necessarily embracing, but she's dealing a lot more with her bad memories. They're not completely cut off and separated from her. They're just heavily buried. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Mateus. Dad, how do I go to school? School, Yoshihide. Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the Nest formulaic education systems. It really does sound like the average homeschool advocate parent. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Ah, Rian and his pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course, I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist techniques. Now, take a look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Leave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram man. Miffed child. I don't know why we're even learning about corporist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of this slog is. What the point of this slog is tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in the book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. She was that type of kid. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Mateus did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike. That's all. Just one of those tantrum kids of that age can have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy. You're home early. Man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah. They kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked him. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on a coloring book? That'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you're beaten into them. That's what Heathcliff was kind of raised with. This is a very interesting interfollow, because a lot of these characters are like talking about their childhoods a lot more. Because like we have the context for a lot of them at this point, and we're seeing more of that kind of like how that manifests in them, or at least the way that they're responding to learning about Ryoshu. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you. Then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa. I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah. And he did what he did in the end. Jesus. There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad. I know, I said I'll be back before you know it. But I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one-star job of keeping these techs under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, huh? How'd you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Don't be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is much more significant and prestigious institute this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Mateus would dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshihide. I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Mateus. That's very real for how a lot of repressed memories tend to like really be. Like, it's hard to remember the direct cause. You can never remember initially the direct cause, but you remember something tangential to it. Like, you'll remember something, or you'll have a strong feeling about one thing, and you won't necessarily remember where that came from. But when you do remember it, or when something kind of guides you there, you're like, oh, that initial feeling wasn't the problem at all. It was because of the thing that it's associated with. It's a mental connection between two certain things that then become associated with one another, which makes separating them so much harder, even after you think that they're separated. The thread isn't gone, it's just invisible. But because you can't see it doesn't mean that it's not there. I adore Ryoshu. I adore her so much. He looked a lot away from me just to feel... He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. Yeah. Yeah. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what. But I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. She's doing it again. She is remembering something tangential to Araya, but she doesn't remember specifically Araya. She just knows anytime that I was out, I had to get back to my room as fast as possible. What was in there, I can't remember, but I remember that it was something I cared about. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, then began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. The ring nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parental figure. That is such a low bar. The bar is below the earth. Huh? Yeah. Didn't know that Robo-Unk was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callista left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah. Decapitated heads from the incident at the academy. Threaded together into a sculpture. Jesus fucking Christ. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details lots. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Getting that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there. There's boats walking out of the salon. Why the fuck are they just here? Father sent they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Fava's scale. However, various evidence, such as the mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack, thus one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB, speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in middle protected Oh... That's not good. Also not as good as these ads! Because I need to stand up. It's already been 4 hours and like I've done only like 3 fights. But like, I'm liking this a lot. Like, this is definitely... This is far slower paced than like a lot of the original kind of like base Canto is. But like, this is having a lot of really good character development and like movement. Like, we're getting a better idea of what Ryoshu's current situation and deal is. And we're learning also a lot more about just like all the other characters. Just like slightly. Well, maybe not necessarily all, but we're learning a lot more about a bunch of the other ones. Barring Gregor, of course. We don't even have the hair coupons. Like, I was pretty certain that Ricardo took those back from us. But if we do just kind of still have them in like some type of pocket, like... I mean, we're already here. Also funny that Otis is with us when it comes to the chapter about a lot of these characters kind of dealing with the repressed memories and trust issues. Cause a scene and Bros and Sisters of the Middle will be here any second. But yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the Middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a good instinct. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give yourself a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk in through the door. She puts forth the sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. She's warmed up, or like, it's definitely helping us a lot faster than I kind of would have expected. That was quick. Ellen blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to nearly emerging complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Wait, that door leads to a zone under the Syndicate or Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here, then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the five of us began rushing through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. At least some of them are resting. Well, Yisong is kind of working on a project, so hopefully it wasn't in the middle of something important, because I kind of need him.
내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다.
Oh, all of these are bad.
표정으로 쳐다보는 거지. 설마 내가 그 로싱나 이
Switching to Tiger rounds now can't be a bad thing. No, it would be. But these can be base.
먼저 끝내고 돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게. 물론
I don't think I've actually properly looked at this. Before hitting, a target does not have sinking, inflict +3 sinking count. Cool, thanks. Hitting with a skill, inflict half of blue. Unit has haste, inflict 1 additional rune of blue. But your type with also haste. This unit's speed is faster than a target's clash power +1. There are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Falafism, yes, but a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who fit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume they've worn and discarded. When this unit is killed, inflict 3 on 2 random. Okay. You won't be staggered. I don't need to use this right now. They're stagger.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
먹어치워라.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이에요.
They also are constantly getting offense up, but I'm not sure what's doing that specifically.
방금 전에는 굉장했다고. 베르길 그 인간도 이건 인정할 걸?
Saving that, saving that.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
I'm so close to stagger. Whatever.
부족해 찾아갔지 않나?
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한
무기를
걸.
만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다 뛰어나지.
I want to save those because there's no point in me spending all of it for that.
가족을 위해.
힘내보네요.
I'm also glad that they're kind of using the excuse of like, let's just run back through the door and let them chase us to fight in these rooms again.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
Oh, I might be close to a lust resonance. Well, envy resonance. This might be overkill. Slightly.
다 법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Oh my god.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
I also think...
왜냐면 예술을
Sorry, brain stopped working. I also think,
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 걸. 저 도야지.
I think I might like... I think Kira Ishmael's skill 1 is probably one of my favorite skill 1s, maybe in the entire game.
대가리 딱 떼도
Closing time.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요. 이제야 친해졌네요.
구원 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는
That skill
건.
is stupid. But at this point, this is going to have what I play the game for.
거를 파는 곳 있나?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Miseries.
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Okay, that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. So thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs Corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in this basement. Intel. The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Thumbs Corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. Valentina was keeping record? No, textbook was probably keeping record. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valentina's shitty scrap papers. She's been keeping up with the useless shit this whole time. Useless shit. Remnants of her desperate search for a threat to cling to. You found one of her backup ticket words. I marked any doors that need to work with the drone. There should be 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here. So, I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversations with Cesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits that go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the whereabouts past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well done. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfair company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Oof. Hey, there's something in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady. Get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective. Some subly guy I don't know. And that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Mogus, Gregor, and Hongli, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. Also, damn, Gregor's here. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the third time it's occurred. We ought to discuss the issue with the manager once the consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hongli's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on them like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an ass about himself for once. Why walk away? Interesting story. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay. Let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never knew when its symptoms will set off. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Even in Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of journey left, and eventually, we'll have to. She has turned on her allies before. Specifically the context and what happened, don't know. But she has turned on them before. And that's been eating at her. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? She did say that. I've been thinking about that ever since that happened. We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under the inevitable pressure? That question can also apply to Otis. I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... at first. I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rockin' good start. But through our journey, I began to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm, my arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fellow said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception. A potential to be harmless, weaker than even nonchalant like Yi Song. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. After all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Bet you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if times come at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be done for most people in the city. Honglu's also genuinely been a lot wiser. Like, he feels a lot less detached. He's far more present in the conversations that are happening. Now, that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valencina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. That is an incredibly wise thing to come from him. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distanced you from the past, you came to a pause, despair, and looked toward the path you had walked. Gregor's staring at his past constantly. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with the fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I Dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. She's a little bit of an exception. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well have come out from the corner you're hiding in. But man, they knew we'd been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bud, or at least the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary assistant? Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in a theory. Kira, do you know which door the thumb nurse feather was most attached to? Huh? No. Duh. Duh. That's supposed to be obvious. Didn't you guys all see her? You'd think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys into the end, huh? Yeah. Said stuff about her generosity and all that. Fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. The guys don't know because you haven't seen him long enough without that scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Referring to yourself in third person. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came here. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect the question toward you, Senryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clocks to help the piece back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch. A fucking fly. Where did those G-Corps fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? Not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah. Fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. Yeah. Hi, Melting Love. Thank you for the follow. that was a very instinctive response. That's great that, like, that game still gives me PTSD like 2 years later. Jesus. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking. Stop beating me too. Just gave Grandma a vet. I still, she wasn't even, like, necessarily that scary. Admittedly, Melting Love was, like, a little bit cute. I'm gonna be a teacher, I guess. Yes. I hope you like that one. That one is kind of long, though. Can't lie. That one felt, like, very long, but I felt like it was really good. Oh my god. Thank you. I need to get better at remembering that I have to turn that thing on. Hi, Tiagi. Thank you. Damn it. My potion. You still get one. I need to figure out how to do this. I need to figure out how I do this, like, consistently so I don't forget. My PTSD lights a mountain of smiling bodies. Yeah. That one's also still funny. I am not, no, mine is mainly, it's mainly the baby. And Alrune. I don't remember having too much issue with Nothing There. And, with Nothing There and Mimicry. No, not true. There were some times when Mimicry got out and it was, like, really bad. But it was mainly the baby. Yeah, the nameless fetus. I can't stand hearing the cries. Like, anytime I hear, like, a baby cry, like, now I just get instinctive PTSD and that, it messes with me bad. I'm gonna express strain to Hal. 1, good morning, Tiagi. 2, express strain from Hal. I was pausing genuinely, I think, about every, like, 30 seconds to, like, make sure that I could keep getting the ticket. Express Train from Hell was, like, the only reason I was able to clear a couple of boss fights. I got very, very fortunate. But, like, anytime that you miss that, haha. Yeah. Like a blissful idiot who had forgotten that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called oh my god, the Consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spider as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself to a shit-faced stupor day after day. Hi, Cherry Master. Yeah, now it's working, which means that everybody can get their check-in. Aside from Tiagi, because I forgot. Sorry. Hi, Val. technically more of an inferno than a limbo, but it's close enough. And you, yeah, we're going through a lot of repressed family trauma. The beatings returned, and so did the edge of her profanities, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. But wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A weird hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? Otis had. The common thread between post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. Doing some mirror dungeon right now. I have to wait until I finish the event so I can attempt to do it with the new ring result. Well, I'm not even going to be able to do that because I need to level them, but I'm kind of holding off on points for a while. I'm holding off on stuff for a bit, but I do want the ring because that's just a new bleed team. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trance that they dug during the war? The conclusion that Pinky Sinclair is kind of busted. I'm still waiting. Naturally, I'm waiting for Pinky Nurse Mother. But like, I've been trying to look at and understand Pinky Sinclair a little bit better. I in general, like when it came to like when it comes to team building in this game, I'm looking at it a lot more, and I feel like I'm getting better at it. I feel like I'm carrying over like minutia in stats as not as closely, but I'm getting closer to the point where I cared about it in Ruina. Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We don't have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then, what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. Oh. Self-appoint generation. It'll be very interesting to see how he interacts with Pinky Nurse Mother for that. Might get a little bit of like somewhat of like a new Poise team probably by the end of the season, maybe? I'm not sure. That is very big, insane kind of nebulous hope because of Bamboo. Bamboo that we're gonna get later. Or at least see him again. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. Very... So, if the way that... What's a good way of describing this? If the way that Ryoshu is constantly hurting, in the sense that she cannot remember her past, because trauma will do that, and like, it's blotting out certain memories, Gregor's big pain point comes from the fact that he's thinking about his past too much. He's hardly able to move on. And when, like, he finally kind of broke, that's when his arm manifested. He needs to be able to move on from the war. In essence, this is him getting a little bit more, like, actual, like, his story progress. Meanwhile, Rodion still isn't doing exactly all too much. A lot of people are getting a lot of attention throughout this Canto, especially. I'm really liking it. Especially when it relates to kind of trauma and the way that a lot of these characters have been growing from it. Because almost everybody has basically kind of chimed in some way. While I suggest it may seem blunt, it's one of the basic treatments and principles of M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Fine. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines for a G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. Grade 8 Fixer Yuri. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Herman. Alright. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream. But I was still. Gregor? I'm just hoping. I'm hoping that we don't end up having to deal with another fixed. Okay, what's going on here? What's going on here, big guy? It was gloom, lust, and blunt. Fire Fist would work here.
연료는 잔뜩 준비해뒀지.
If we're going fire, then I can adjust this slightly. She'll be fine. I want to keep you. I want to keep you, and I'm just going to do that because I want to keep you. It's either bleed or fire then. With them, it's going to be bleed. So you stay Kurokomo. So Gregor, why are you fixed for this? Why are you fixed for this? Let me know. Why are we using this art again? An office building somewhere. This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. My desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Let you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out and tear at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think to bother you. You're a bother to other people. He laughs it off a lot, and he does present it as a joke, like, frequently. But, like, he has some real scars. Gregor grins, a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people waking up behind me to get my attention. People walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them. The others can't do that. So whenever people walked up from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right. But I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten the job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor. Head manager Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing before us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. You must be folks from the account that the guy on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landing a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so, how have you been doing? What's going on here? Me, same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found a new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Gregor's PTSD incarnate? Pretty much. Poor man keeps going through so much. And he keeps reliving it. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. Some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me, asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. No one's hounding... Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an executive VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, and how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you a special employment fella's Nepo force? What? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing to fix our office for a partnership program. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. This is really petty ex-work drama. Like, this is you catching up with that one boss that actually kind of really liked you, and he's like, hey, you remember that dude who was an asshole? Yeah, he's fired. I have friends who like constantly tell me about like ex-work drama and stuff that they've been through, and I'm like, dude, like that's insane. Like just everybody working like that and hating each other so deeply. Really, isn't he? You know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Even better. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kind of like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kind of like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? It's not a vision, because we went through a door. I'm I'm assuming the door is connected to wherever Valentina was deployed for the smoke war. Valentina would totally be a back in my day gal. She is. Like, she lost so much after she was basically kicked out from the thumb. So, like, she really didn't have much afterwards. Like, she really only had those old, like, wartime memories. And just like, I used to be a Sokopato. Like, she was past her prime. And she couldn't get over that. Gregor's not... There's a similarity that you could probably really tie with between her and Gregor like that. But Gregor seems at least more content with leaving the past in the past. Or at least staring at it, which isn't helping him. I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know that the only way left is to go up. You've said something like that before, yeah? Yeah. It's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Huh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. That's also another thing. We're in the middle of an office space, and there's at least 3 people who are smoking here. Like... Many of us who return from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. If you can't forget the pain, then at least remember that it's over. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. 5% is a lot higher than you would like to think. Trust me. Manager bud. Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask you if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's got to have it deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same stuff, suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shared beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted. But don't you worry. I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to address even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. That's such a nice moment for him. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So she didn't catch that. That's very important. Otis didn't hear anything at all about moving on from the past and remembering that the bad memories, like, they're memories, but they're in the past. Alright. Oh, great. It says asshats again. Otis's Canto, I believe, is Canto 11. So, like, she is next up after Mersault. Because we're down to the last three. Like, it's going to be Mersault, it's going to be Otis, and then it is going to be Faust. Weird. The corridor's not a place for these newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I look past Otis just in time to see some Pavis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to Ring Nurse Father's corridor. Well, we can't just leave them though, can we? Kill them all. I have a feeling that we are still only very firmly in the Inferno. We'll get the equivalent of what of like Limbo and Paradiso. Like, this is going to be a very long ride. I'm anticipating it. I must set him close to a stagger. I can make this work. I also can't lie, I started liking Gregor a lot more after getting Fire Fizz.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
How much charge is she at? She's at 10 and 12. Still not at Tiger rounds. Also, ads are coming up in a minute. Don't know if I'll be able to finish this fight before that. Probably not. Whoop, one of them just exploded.
이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
감상은 어떤가요?
How good is Midishmael? She... You want an Envy team for her. You want Envy. I'm making her work on teams where, like, the additional bleed is, like, helpful. She is not a burn unit. She is not a burn unit. But she's nice for like the additional bleed. Barring you also not running Kurokumi Heathcliff, like there's like a couple of weird asterisks for her, but like I want to get used to using her. Like I just like her. And then we're also gonna get Nurse Father.
사람을 단축하니
We're gonna get Nurse Father
좋아지지
soon.
않았나?
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, I have to start it. I'll let the turn play out and then I'll go to BRB.
눈을 감으면 같이 예술.
24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Also, I like her, so I think she's really cute.
불타버렸나?
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를
Well, they're basically
굴질러야
dead.
조용해지는 거. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
Okay, but let me BRB so I can stand up because ads are still playing. I need to do something or like I need to put the bot like right next to OBS so I remember to click on it before I start up stream. I'm still getting used to having to remember that I need to use it. I've also been incredibly lucky because none of these fights have been particularly difficult. But like, that's kind of just how usual mob fights go, so I'm not gonna decry that maybe it's because some of my units are super powerful. At least not yet. After a thrilling 2-minute and 30-second wait, I'm gonna press one button, then all these enemies are gonna explode in 5 seconds. All parentheses 2. Closing time. I didn't even get the last hit. Whatever.
도와주시는군요.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 제품을
Basement.
뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Oh, not a force restriction anymore.
내가 진다.
Also, if it's still... It's only showing 2 enemies. Hang on. Because I was thinking for a split second, like, oh, if I'm just going to be using bleed anyway, I should switch to Hornet. But I'm like, wait, it's not.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
Let me put my money where my mouth is about the Kurakomo thing.
책임은 모두 내가 진다.
Because if you're also doing bleed,
살아서
자,
걸맞는 곳이어야 할
be in the
거다.
backup, and then you'll also be here in the backup.
닥쳐라, 해파. 누굴 팰지 내가 정한다.
Why is it only indicating 2 enemies? Ugh. Once we dealt with the Favas who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the Indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Did you guys take the day off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Now I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks, topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Aww. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up in a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. He did say unideal. Yep. He has to keep sliding them in. Sorry about that. I should check with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise. That's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no. That wasn't the masked dude. There was this other... concept incinerator. Concept furnace, my bad. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Sorry. She kinda got deleted. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index apprentice. So, she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index apprentice. Who, pray tell, wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the pinky and index lack them? I wonder why. Little Pookie got judgment cut it. They got eviscerated. Even their status. Every single piece of text in their menus was getting deleted. I'm sorry. It would indeed be quite odd if there were if a mere 3 of the fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace I might my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No. There was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index apprentices are missing. No. To be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with the critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner. And she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see. So that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Ryoshu. Let's say the world's made of strings, or threads, clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. That's not true. Well, that's why she say that you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. I got an Akira announcer. Congratulations. I think that was only added in this one. But now you've pieced some of it together. It's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword. Honestly, your need's a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Oh. There's plenty already. Trade-off? So true. Guess slicing your memory away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. She's starting to understand her a little bit more. Okay. So, I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us in an army of indexes. TPU. They rather gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. Aww. Araya's jabbing at Sinclair. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard. Araya suddenly jerked to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. Aww. I won't STS. I'll slick you until you can barely walk. Swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark in my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Aww. That's so cute. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating. You have to just let her do it so that she'll stop. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? That's cute. That's cute that, like, she knows her own mom's habits. Like, she will persistently throw in more and more acronyms if she's getting translated. Aww. That's so cute. Ryoshu didn't do anything. This watermelon is the goat. It's not how you're supposed to use it, mommy. Wait, really? It wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dream that the scabbard poked him out of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys really bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for dozens of doors we walked past in other nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. What the fuck is this? What is that? I think this leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the masked Unk's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. Masked Unk. So who are they?
Yeah.
We walked right into a bunch of index. Signs of life. There were people living down here just a few hours ago. Where are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked with the shelf stable in non-perishable food. And the cells were completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It's likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among Faust's conjectures, it's that the captives were conditioned, in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Jeez. Wait. That staircase right up there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another grief for body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Why you say that? Why'd you say the gods specifically? Otis is right. We're gonna have to head upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. Frien's been using this basement then. I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to the basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, it has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories. Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Is it? Do you want to test that?
히, 클고, 싱, 어에 이어 짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분
They got
나쁜
normal
눈빛으로
prescripts
내
and paper
검을
slips.
힐끔힐끔 쳐다보며 그땐 예외 없이
It looks like they have specific targets to aim to. It's like 3 trying to attack her. sure where any of those go, really.
나가서 싸워. 그는 내가 봐주지.
Prescript conforming polyacite. Prolicite. I read the slashing too. Not slashing, pierce.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
꿀을 건드렸겠다.
먹지.
I inflict sinking. Good to know.
왜 팔, 휘적. 유령이라도 잡아주는가?
여기 피었잖아.
그거 그렇게 하는 거
Come on,
맞아?
that one was so close. Whatever.
망인데?
But I'm still building up on that for a little bit. That one's going to Gregor. If that's going to Gregor, then I can still attack you first. I think I'm right. You're also going after Gregor, but you're 2, which means I can cut you off.
감상은 어떤가요?
I was wrong.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 어머, 너무 아프게 맞았는데?
And Gregor's still alive at least.
남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리
8
때려눕히자고.
total enemies. The 2 are at least staggered right now, so it's fine.
훌륭한 판단이네.
Oh, that's bad.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기
It's
좋아지지
4
않아?
more. It'll only bring me up to 7. They're also really fast, like damn. You're the only one I'd be dominating. Either of these could work. One's hopeless. Who are you attacking? Oh, you're going after... This sucks, but whatever. We'll see.
자세가 뭐라고 하니?
Got very lucky with that. That could have been so much worse.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Like that.
비뚤어졌구려.
허술하군. 자비에 감사하다.
예술적이네요.
어우, 단테.
Okay, those are all the last three. How close is he? He's almost at it.
양반을 떠올려.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
I don't think she has like any charge though.
으타! 더 먹어 치워라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
It's fine, she got it, she got it.
저것들
저것들 좀 보세요.
전부 녹여서
고약한
썰어버려도
먹물이라도 뒤집어
상관없지?
쓴 것 같은 얼굴이네요. 잘 먹혔나 봐요.
This will get a stagger. Yeah, just go for the stagger. Why not? Wait, what are you looking at? You're looking at Gregor. Don't think it'll matter too much.
빠르게
Hopefully.
처리하지.
Closing die.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상
522.
기념할 만한 걸.
하지만 슬슬
Very
울리는
fair, normal, balanced characters.
근처에 융수염이라.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you shall find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Daihui star. Come on. It's not like I wanted to be the It's not like I wanted to be a Daihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. We've been basically through everybody's corridors aside from the pinkies after this. Into oblivion and silence.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
I'm gonna keep you for the
자,
perks.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
But you also apply bleed and tremor, so
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면 무엇이든
자,
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 것. 마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
so what is upstairs? Oh, we still have to fight our way through.
히, 크, 싱, 어에 이어 짜증나는 시선이 늘었군. 앞으로 한 번만 더 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로
These units are
내
also
검을
really
힐끔힐끔
fast.
쳐다보면
I don't like that.
그땐 예외 없이 모분이다.
They're fourth. They match. That's why. Alright. Too slow. What are you targeting? You're also after Ishmael. Oh, a bunch of them are after Ishmael, but why? Whatever. Leave this be Ishmael's to deal with. Then you, that's this one. Then we're good.
묻혀주게.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 싸우지. 꿰뚫려라. 무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
The middle wouldn't necessarily have any place that they really... Not middle. Pinky wouldn't necessarily have a place that they kind of need to go. Only way to find out is to go investigate the room. She did her best.
그딴 컨디션으로 퍼 놈에게 덤빈다라.
You're so
데카던스
fast. Who are you
신예술을
targeting?
보여줄 셈인가?
Two of the fastest ones are targeting Honglu. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. All I can really do is fight back, but... She is that one. Which means you're the one I want to target.
감상은 어떤가요?
Fortunate. They're weak to piercing. Good to know.
합격점.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한걸? 오, 기운이 솟는다, 단테. 가서 빨리 때려눕히자고.
544. That one's focused on Fascia Faust. What do I do here then? Probably that one too. You're
빠르게 처리하지.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가
please. The sooner you get your sanity up, the better.
사십. 먹지.
완벽한 한다.
Okay, thank you for at least cleaning that up, Gregor. Like, that was 11.
널 건드렸겠다.
따뜻한
허술하고
이제
자기의
씨
감사도.
수에선 벗어났나?
나이스! 하나 제꼈다.
Number 5, and there should be one more after this. Which means the sooner I kill you, probably the better. You the one with the bleed count? Yes, okay. That's on Heath. How is Heath still at 0? Dominate that one. We'll make this work. Wait. I think I'll use that before using the skill 3. Please.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Gregor, I need you to have like a little bit of sanity, please.
저거 봐. 쟤 휘청거리고 있다. 전부 녹여서 썰어버려도 상관없지?
What is she targeting? She's targeting you. It's not gonna be enough to kill though. Who are you targeting? Ishmael.
갑니다.
빈틈투성이군. 스켈레터.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Almost dead. I can accept that.
엎드리도록.
Yeah, but not with stagger.
보여드려야겠군요. 웬만해 예술을.
Hi.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
That's 5, and then that should be closing time. She's hitting that one. Which means that should be enough.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
I didn't even get the final touch of
서로의
it.
영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
무분조토.
And then there it is.
역시
Yay.
모가지를 분질러야
Unbound self. Alright. Yep. That's that.
빠르게 처리하지.
They're like slightly tough. Not too bad, but they can be pretty scary in clashes. Which I guess makes them very...
한 사람의 상황을 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
unchanged. At least not changed like all too much, especially from Ruina.
놀라운 한방이네요.
근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나?
Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but people should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Looks like there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened here. Something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The door open, a single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. It's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could be anything. Could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index near's father, Rian. Last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해
30%
인정받은
of the
세
fucking
가지
damage.
작품을 뜻하죠.
Sangria.
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을
Oh,
울리지는
sure.
못하더라도
Wait. Ooh.
여전히
Continuable.
반지에 부끄럽지 않은
And this one's
작품을
taking modules.
선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
Clear stage is the EX condition. Alright, we're gonna...
전시 준비.
소재가 준비됐어? 투입 준비는
We're gonna be a little more aggressive in this case.
내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
자, 해골 바가지랑 거미 대가리 후드려 패러 간다.
Have you as backup. I don't really have anything to use you for.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면
Night Owls is still useful here.
자,
그러든가.
어떤 조직 놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
Let's see. After leaving Rian's leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the Index Corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work. Now that just leaves the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There are countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for assistance, Dante. For your assistance, Dante. Oh, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Ellen returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky's nurse father room had a peculiar structure. Each door open led to another room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are small design differences between each room that help tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we are looking really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone you'll have met too. I think, it was, must be another one who was severed by the Orayashiki. Damn, you might be right. The Pinky assistant apprentice. His name is Ren, the Pinky apprentice. I TikTok, but no one really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. It's what you said back at K-Corp, that you'd cook before. You're talking about this, huh? Insane that we finally got this call back. Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. She can't cook. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school. With sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A simple but intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school box rivalry? Having her presented like this hurts so goddamn much. So I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of octopus? Out of an octopus? No. I meant sausages cut like octopuses. Isn't it octopi? And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? Because it's adorbs, that's why. She got close? What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean a real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? That's a very engraved knife. Like, that's very ornate. Isn't it all the same difference once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's something like a school lunchbox rivalry. I don't understand. She looks really cute like this. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. Shaking my head. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshi and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, can imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important of those memories remain sliced away. Still, if it can continue to piece more and more of her memories together before going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clocker. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Mersault, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the house of spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. You're the one that Rhodians is based off of. Wolf Mask? It really is, Maestro. Emily Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you'd be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Castillo's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Favas who we've encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of faux civility. Of faux civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's, stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask, and there was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The Favas got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Rayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, for once? My name is Rufa. Yoshihide. Oh, hi, pretty. Hi. Sorry. Distracted. Sorry. Hi. Sorry. Yoshihide. The blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Maestro Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Favism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the School of Favism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Barely. That maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Lei Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are H-O-H-O-N. Half or more. I like those odds. She's understanding her. Half of or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with such confusion from the outset. To entrust such a monstrous project in the hands of one such as Callisto. Why everyone agrees that there's no thou no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His ovure recovered from the house were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of the workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed about this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the furity with which you scarred the walls and the floors, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly leave such marks behind. At least we've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all of the meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Ooh. This is very art snobby. A movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Interesting. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we all call le fauve, wild beast? These are the subject matters that have led us Fauvists into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher. Not a real one, anyway. Finding a beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. He tried to point her in a certain direction, and she might have taken a little bit from him, but no, her aesthetic sense is still entirely her own. It's why her work doesn't manifest in the same way that it would for anyone really resembling the ring. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the ring's art, or not. I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue. Then the sight you claim to have seen clue you in. Oh, it did. I did understand. I do understand. Your art may appear to be more than an uncheckered chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. It looks messy and chaotic and jumbled as a mess, but upon closer observation, you can see that there is something that is connecting the piece together. There's order within the chaos. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you've transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. She's the critic. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their own eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held at an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signify, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. She's my favorite. She is so easily my favorite. I love when she gets to be a little bit art snobby. And in this case, very. It'll be interesting, because I'm thinking. Because this is a node, this is the one that has the nodes instead of using more Encliphin. Like, I'm honestly surprised that they're not making us fight that Maestro. But no, I think it makes sense actually. Either way, I'm very interested in seeing how far this goes. Though I don't think this is gonna be another 8-hour intervallo like the Arknights collab was. Which is the least I'm gonna be something I'm gonna be thankful for. Ryoshi readied her scabbard. Quinolus, Favis, Supermatus, Blah Raiders, Cubus. I visited my share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was when there was none. Excess is easy. Anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. The argument that Rufo is making there's I'm not gonna act like I know this all too well, but there is a concept of like the negative space, as in, how do I put that? Like, let's say that you're drawing mostly in like black and white, and like you're mainly using black, like for outlines and stuff. The parts that you're choosing not to draw or like add in, or like you're using the empty spaces as part of the artwork itself. You're not specifically drawing everything, because the parts that you're leaving kind of open feed into the piece itself. Like, it's not an error that most of the surrounding space would be white or a void. The art is in the fact that that void is part of the work itself. The void is the meaning in the art. It's not purposeless, it's not an afterthought. When you abbreviate it and shorten down an idea to as much of what it is, the space of which it isn't a part of factors into what that thing is itself. And it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No. My aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. You want to abbreviate it down to as small and as tight as you can make it to be. When you're stripping back as much excess as possible, but still being understood. That's why she doesn't like being translated. Like, that is part of her art. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with the distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illustrations at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid I may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of le Fauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session.
그 하지만 그래봤자
Oh, that's the gimmick.
거다.
Turn start of every ally. Gain 2 protection for every allied Fava student of the ring. Every allied Fava student of the ring. So I have to kill them. This target unique. If this target used critique in this counter, gain 2 protection and heal. At lower than 15, double the SP healing effect. There are no ally foes to gain fragile. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has 1 attack weight, if there is an allied student in the ring, have that set unit attack. Take the attack instead. 2 units to return. And a turn at the student use critique to fill allied foes. Removes defeated in this counter, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Ooh. So you're gonna keep them coming. The student that refilled the vacancy due to this effect gains allies of this encountered fragile and offense down, max 10 of each. Click on the centers that have malt-colored rouge, blue, or touche hardy simultaneously. Target is +3, +6, +9 blue, and 9 each. Inflict stat. Randomly apply offense level up and defense up. Mentorship. Fixed type panic. At 70% HP, gain new pattern. Okay, so this is partly an ad fight. One of those attacks is going to Kira, the other 2 is going to be on Ring Song. This might be a little tough. That one's going on Ring Song. Okay.
감상은
나가서
어떤가요?
싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
That's so much bleed in like one tap.
먹지.
Stagger.
행위.
I got really close though.
저거 봐, 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
It's not gonna do much of this right now. You didn't get staggered. I'll admit that makes me slightly concerned, but right now I can't really worry about that. I need to attack you. You're vulnerable to everything. Wait, is that what happens when you're stagger? No, it's because you're staggered. Or at least you should be, like next turn.
갑니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Timothy Clip.
막내 충전 최대치예요.
조준이 필요 없지.
Damn. She's constantly hitting back with that.
엎드리도록.
저거 봐. 제
Oh, what is this? Critique. She has a critique for every sinner. Okay, how does this work? Clash power +2 for every net. The target has pellet vibrant clash power +6 plus 100% damage. Target has equipped defensive skill while having pellet vibrate clash power +6 and deal minus 90% damage on clash lose. It's all relatively low. I think I have to do the smart thing here. I think Marcel might be able to fight that. It's that one, and then that one.
나가서 싸워. 그렇지만 내가 봐주지.
짜증나게.
이 속구를 건드렸겠다. 이중 격발. 조준이 필요 없지.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Oh, she just gets to get that for free.
이 정도쯤은 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 저 부표처럼 흔들리는 눈이
They were ahead of the curve on that one. That's all I can say. Alright. Just new. I still need to get her. I need to make her like a little bit more vulnerable. Oh, this might just get me killed. I can make this work. Okay.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
이제 친해졌네요.
한초류 경혈공.
This should hopefully make her vulnerable enough.
끝을 낼 시간.
That's too bad.
아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
목이 비었잖아. 놈 나와.
전에는 굉장했다고. 베르겔 그 인간도 이건 인정할걸?
Okay, what do I do here? Fuck. Those three are the main ones that I have to kind of worry about. Poise, but you wouldn't gain much from poise. Teleport, but then it would run out. That's fine. How do I... Damn it, I'm not applying the right ego here. This should be fine.
좋지 못한 트랜지션 저버린다. 임상 시험 성공.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Ooh, that worked. She's so close to a stagger.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
She's so close to a stagger, please.
낙뢰 충전 최대치예요.
엎드리도록.
Like prized needlework.
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
Mass de loop. Min-max speed +1, inflict +1 bleed and sinking with skills. Before hitting, if the target does not have sinking, inflict +2 sinking count once per center per target. Before getting hit, the target doesn't have bleed, inflict bleed count. One might ask, what even distinguishes Le Favis from factions such as Hayes shows, R-Corp packs, and more that incorporate peace into their identities? A reasonable query. Of that there is no doubt. To that I say we are distinguished by the transcendence of beastliness into artistic costumery, while the Haitians have mindlessly jammed it into their autonomies, disregarding their aesthetic qualities. There's an artistic sense in what they do. Come off it. I think it's a better chance with that closing time. Hi, Hack. Hi, honey. I need this here. Power counter. Have to make sure that no skills that are overlapping. These two. Oh, no, this one. That would be the last one.
양밤이 떠올랐어요.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐줄게.
I am hoping
피로부터 피어오는 아름다운 꽃이
we are enduring our trauma and hopefully learning past it.
시간이다.
머리
There's no
좋다
bleed.
단테. 방금 완전 좋았어. 짜증나게.
족구를 건드렸겠다.
Whoa. She reminds me. No, she's fine. Closing time.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워
She's still at 43 sanity. Like her sanity is hardly going down.
무기를 만들어 맞서보자. 내가
우리들에게
뛰어.
이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
She's a little scary. But I think it's fine. The thrill of inspiration. She's not too bad. This is questionable. Couple of these might be a little bit questionable. Is that... That's wrath, and that's fire and tremor. I don't kind of like... Wait, we make do. We make do. That's really all that I can kind of say here. Let's be the fourth match flame. Yeah, that would work. That's gloom. That's not gonna help here. And then Heathcliff has to win that, or that's trouble.
점 찍었네.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 네가 봐주지.
This isn't going too bad, but her sanity staying high is like really concerning.
족구를 건드렸겠다.
I'm really kind of just taking whatever I can to chip her down slightly.
목이 피었잖아.
Not good.
지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도
With the palette.
긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장
Palette.
예술이 하나 있지.
Oh.
박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
What do I do here? You're the only option I have. Oh. For a type of negative effect on target, a target has palette vibrant clash power +6. She's theoretically good. Theoretically, but am I happy with that? I kinda have to be.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간.
178. That's not good.
죽을 수 있다니.
Someone died.
돌리셔야겠어요, 관리자님.
That was Ring Song. Master Loot and Songlet. Is Songlete? I can't. I wish I knew. I wish I knew French better. What is this? For +1 more negative with coins bleed and sinking. Sinking points you count before hit. The target does not have any sinking. Yeah, just add more. One does not simply awaken to the power of one's inner ferity by donning a bestial mask. The interior of each headgear worn by these artists is lined with a mat of needles dipped in a Favas paint, which is injected into the body upon equipment. Thus, is the paint of the ring, and these artists, regardless of their school, are all bound to use it. I think we can handle most of these. You're getting swapped. Uh-oh. That's going after Kara. She has to deal with that. I don't have the resources to really help her with that right now.
파우스트,
필중
실제파의
파우스트?
예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저의 뼈를 금이 잡고 저의 살로 채운다. 외면의 예술.
You'll live.
짜증나게.
It'll hurt, but you'll live. Please.
이 식구를 건드렸겠다.
Heathcliff might pop from the bleeds.
이제 한 사람의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
40. 먹지.
She's close though. She's under 300. She hurts.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
$66. $219. Dad.
배웠으니까 지면 죽겠다.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
She could have totally killed if she got like 2 more heads.
고, on, 올. 하지만
That was a little rough.
I
lost a few more than I kind of was expecting.
거를 파는 곳 있나? 이관.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Good memories.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. So you'll need time under the Father's wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, and slammed it down upon the floor we entered through instead. Upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for it. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dad. And here I thought at least her words were going to be succinct. And thus we are made foes with yet another finger the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for a first time, didn't we? I see this as a pretty defiant win. Definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here. She was. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kara. This is more like it. Won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore as long as we're with Clock. Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we're shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked through the door we entered through, and appeared from behind us. Shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinkies are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might, however, it avails us a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor after it return us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we could return. That's pretty long. We're just waiting here a week? Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rodeo. So let's. Didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we're about to walk into one of the L-Corp branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're gonna have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we could open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No. The sword, it still cleaves my memory with every slash. Don't know what memories it'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oi, wait. Don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. That's sweet. He doesn't want anybody else to suffer what he went through. What? Didn't you hear? The nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. But we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay. We'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. So that's the trade-off. Okay. But Araya's only doing it out of, like, genuine need. Is that back on the bus? Are we back on the bus? Are we finally back on the bus? Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculation here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there's enough alarm in his voice considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of a collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp. Meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp's still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And, as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking? Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memories and sword re-examine. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarette to the stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect the things that take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result cannot be replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab my passion researcher and tell them about my incredible turnabout time, and you'll hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that, I will answer, "Shut the fuck up!" Evidently tired of the two sinners' alternating turns, hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis, and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Hang on, I need to... That's not the only time that she said that, but I love each time she does it. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times where test results are extracted earlier than a predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the report now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I attempted to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. You petty bitch. You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. But it also means that her and Kira are getting along. I like that. It's cute. She gets her. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though we were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sod? Oh, Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Sod wasn't here for that. That kid. Right, I don't remember his name. Oh, is he talking about... God, I'm trying to remember his name. I can't remember it either. Pilot. That she did. Among other miscellaneous deleted memories are 127 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Fucked up. But I think having Ryoshu listen to Don Quixote is a net benefit. Because if there is just like that much time that like can occupy space, like if that gets deleted, that's perfectly fine. Like nobody is gonna lament that. Fie upon it. Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. See, Rodian kind of gets it. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of Arai's Shiki, or, to be more precise, the power of Arai's ego. She gets to steer which memories get deleted. She's protecting her. That's so. Ryoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Oroshi's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which Ryoshi's memories are to be erased as a cost of using Araya Shiki. It's a limiter. It's a limiter, and not only that, it is guiding which specific memories can be kinda deleted. It is Araya's way of protecting her mother. That's sweet. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it when as long as she gives it the time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to disarm them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented on your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurement, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. So, it's not pure, like, value. In terms of, it is not like one swing is 6 hours worth of memories. 127 hours of Don Quixote's stories is equivalent to that small memory of her being complimented on her cooking. It is cumulative. It is not... It's a cumulative, like, personal value. That's the cost. Araya is mainly making sure that she's not deleting necessarily too many, or at least like super significant memories, as much as possible. But if she is allowing ones to get erased, a lot of them are ones related to her. At least in some senses. That's tragic. It's like... I don't like this comparison, but like it is very... I think it's apt. It's like if you were helping a parent or a grandparent kind of with Alzheimer's, where like you're guiding them as to which memories like they lose first. It's not foolproof, but like you're preserving some part of them for longer than just kind of letting it happen passively. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be there in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten, but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshi's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sod and Pilot in recovery. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with those loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, back on the bus. Oh my god, it's been so long. Return to the bus. Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. We haven't been on this thing in like nearly a year. In over a year, about, almost. Like, God. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Aw. Between the two individuals who were rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Lead Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it'll bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? Oh, so she's sticking with LCE. I didn't even notice her designation as prisoner now. I see. You exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Ah, right. The person in charge of that training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward, or problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I wouldn't hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do that right? She is the closest that Ryoshi's gonna get to his sister. Acronymize it into L. And call me Ryoshi, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. That's so sweet. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward the blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh, right. Where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the destination, Virgilus. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I had that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilus gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then deliver a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me say this, it's high time we face such a sight. Let me say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N Corp. So we are going there after all. N Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of our sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N Corp, mere salt, I probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing. Brum, brum. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. We are finally back on the fucking bus. And that was all of, damn, that was all of the twinning threads. Twinning threads. Give me that more salt.
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경험보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다.
I can worry about the rest of that later.
늦은 밤과
Let me also do this very quickly. Okay. I really like this. Like, it's more... I don't want to say that's necessarily more focused, but it's like, it's indicative of the changes that I've been liking, especially that happened with this content when it started. Like, first off, you're getting changed. Sorry. Like, I like that it felt shorter. It felt slightly shorter, but at the same time, it also felt a lot more.
커피와는 다르게
공존이 끝났으니
네, 자네.
반가워요.
It felt a lot more
저희
focused,
친해지는 시간을
and I really
가져볼까요?
like that. I like that it
어렵지 않답니다. 파우스트 같은 천재가 아니더라도요.
every
무엇을 좋아하는지
not necessarily everybody, but like most of the characters got like some type of moment.
해결사와 질환에
Like,
대한 이야기는 저장
They've been doing a
한국보다
much better
다른
job at
것이라면
making sure
좋겠네요.
that various characters get different chances of like actually developing and kind of, I guess, like expressing themselves outward. Like they get more opportunities to kind of like fully develop and be characters. And like we got to expand a little bit more by learning a little bit more about like Kara and using that as a foil for Ryoshu. Using that in conjunction when it came to Heathcliff. Like it's very
아시아에겐
it's
휴식이
nice.
필요해요.
It's nice seeing how things are like slowly
파우스트에게도 필요할 테죠.
expanding outward and we're like climbing further and further up into certain things that are like going to happen. Like, no, there was a lot of really nice seating. There was a lot of just like, no, I really like this intervallo. And depending on how the next intervallo goes, this might turn it into like my favorite season. Like handily. So yeah. Also the fights weren't too bad. But granted, some of the units I'm realizing that my scale for difficulty might not be precisely fair. It's fair considering the fact that I've been playing this game for like now 4 years. Not 4, 3. But like... the fights weren't too bad, and I kind of don't mind that for intervalos. Like, I don't need intervalos to be super, like, painstakingly difficult to get through. But no, it was enjoyable. And the last fight was also very interesting. I liked it. So, yeah. I think... let me find... Da-da-da-da-da. Either way, I see cabbage is up, so might as well. So yeah, let me get that raid started. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, even though most of these streams are always going to be just me reading for like 6 hours, maybe more. But yeah, no, I really like this intervalo. Time to wait another, what, 3 or 4 months before the next one? But honestly, I've been reading like a lot more. I've been reading a lot more, just like in general, so I don't mind it. I like it. Have a great night too, Penny Feather. Be here, because I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing next week. Lane Watch Belong is in the Discord. That'll be wrapping up Lane. Next week I might try to play Rivals. Don't know. I think the issue that I was having I ended up solving. But I will need to check that out maybe. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting that's gonna happen on like Wednesday. And then we get to finish Hate Plus on Tuesday. So yeah, I think most of this is going to be fine. Either way, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning or night, no matter when you're watching this. Unfortunately, Italia is closed. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can leave you in the hands of a cabbage farmer.